I guess so. That is true. Jeez, did I ever? I was gonna say, look at you.
Okay, it's 9:15 roughly, give or take a few moments. We're here today for the first part of today's work to look and to work on as a subcommittee on HB 1517. That's a bill relative to the statewide education property tax, commonly known as SWEP, and excess revenue from games of chance. And we have Representative Harrington here, and along with folks from the DRA, Revenue Administration. So I'd like to have Representative Harrington come on up first, and we can have, a work session together on this. Perhaps the best thing to start this out, Representative Harrington, if you could give us a brief overview of what the intent of the bill is.
Yeah, first of all, let me again apologize for missing the public hearing. I thought this was going directly to Ways and Means, but I guess if it says anything about statewide education property tax, it automatically comes here. The intent of the bill is pretty simple. I think anybody who's been paying attention to what's going on in New Hampshire or watches the 6 o'clock news, for example, every night there's more and more ads for casinos. We just saw in yesterday's paper a new casino was just approved in Conway. And we're not talking, casinos of 20 or 30 years ago. We're talking thousands of, well, they call them historical horse racing, but they're effectively slot machines. The table stakes are going up to $50 now, which is a big increase from where it was back a few years ago. And like I say, these are big commercial establishments, and they have to be associated with a charity, but the amount of gambling revenue is going to be going way, way up. And my goal of this bill, is to simply say, let's not use the increase in gambling revenue as an excuse to increase or grow government. Because you can use the example from the state of New Hampshire back some 10, 12 years ago. They had put in gambling down there. I think everybody remembers all the ads on TV for the casinos. And there was actually, I hadn't gone, but I've known people who went, and there were people lined up 2, 3, 4 deep waiting in line just to get to a blackjack table. And the revenues went way, way up. And then the recession came and the revenues went down along with, other tax revenues in the state. And they ended up putting in big new increases in taxes because they'd expanded a bunch of programs with this new revenue thinking it was just going to come forever. And, I know over the next few years, we're going to see this big increase in revenues, but it will flatten out because eventually it'll get saturated and there'll just be, the demand for gambling will be fulfilled. It's not insatiable. So the problem is, though, when we establish new government programs, they generally don't do that. They tend to keep growing and growing, and then they justify their existence by finding more reasons for them to grow. And that causes, of course, the need for more tax revenue. So the intent of this bill is to just not allow that to happen. Like I said, I thought it was going to go to Ways and Means. I'm not an expert on taxes by any stretch of the imagination. It seemed to me that the statewide property tax was the education property tax was the best one to go after because everybody pays that one way or the other on their property tax bill. Even if you rent, your landlord's paying that for you. So decreasing that would save people money. But I've also talked to some other people that are more knowledgeable than I am, and one of the other suggestions was that you could use it for something like paying down the state retirement obligation, which is very, very large. And I know we did some of that last year, but that would also help everybody because it makes the credit ratings better and it saves the cities and towns money and so forth. So that's just another possibility. What I'm trying to say here is the goal is to make sure that new gambling revenues aren't used to expand the government, and someone more knowledgeable than me on the best way to do that, I'd certainly be more than willing to listen and sit down with them. So
thank you.
And that's about it.
Are there any questions that we may have as a committee that Representative Harrington might be able to answer? Yes, Representative Cordelli.
Thank you, Representative, for coming in this morning. Just wondering where the $6.6 million number came from. That's on line 12.
I believe that was that's what ALS, I believe, came up with that number. It wasn't mine. That was put into the bill because that was what the present level was, I believe. So
Thank you.
How does the DRA how are they going to estimate the amount that in the timing for the revenues to go into the SWEP? Is that a question for,
I think that's better answered by them. I mean, what I was trying to do was set a time frame where I'm assuming since the revenue's coming in and we know where it's coming from, that giving a date, we should be able to say any revenues in excess of the amount collected previously would be put into this new bucket. But I'll leave that to the revenue folks who know more about it than I do.
so with that, we do have DRA here, and I think a lot of the issues we're going to have are regarding the timing and this amount of money, and along with the 6.6 million. So if there are no more questions of Representative Harrington, let's invite up DRA to help us out with some of the timing and all this, or open up that discussion, at least.
Good morning, members of the committee. My name is Keen Ming Wong, Tax Policy Counsel with the New Hampshire Department of Revenue. The department does not have a position on this bill. However, the department did prepare a fiscal note, and upon preparing its fiscal notes, we're prepared to answer a few questions. And we did identify certain concerns in terms of administering the bill, as identified by the questions from Representative Ladd, that first off is the timing. So one of the issues that we've identified, let me just go down here from what we've...
Does everybody have that New Hampshire Department of Revenue Administration fiscal note, a quick guide? Okay, that's what we might be wanting to look off of.
Right.
Some of the questions are internal to that document. Yes,
Yes.
yes.
Yes. So the first thing that we wanted that we identify is the concern is that the bill doesn't stipulate the date range in terms of the payment deposited into the ETF. So it does say that, okay, the amounts that's from the gambling revenue goes into the ETF, and then anything in excess of the $6.6 million is going to be used to deduct against the $363 million SWEP warrant calculation. However, the bill is not clear in terms of the date range in terms of from when to when that the revenue would be considered, the gambling revenue would be considered in terms of the math to calculate to deduct the $6.6 million. In addition to that, we also we're not certain as to at which stage the revenue reporting for the gambling winnings would be considered. Would it be at the ACFR reporting level or a cash basis level? Or would it be something that would be identified to us by State Treasury or from Gaming Commission or something like that? It probably would be more straightforward if that amount is certified to us, and then we can just use that number and deduct the $6.6 million, or if it's already deducted the $6.6 million, so whichever it is, and then we can use that number in straight away, take into the account for the calculation for the SWEP warrant. The other thing is also the timing of when we would know that number. So I've spoken to Bruce, our municipal, the person who manages the tax rate calculation for the statewide education property tax, and he indicated that probably the best timing for us to know that number would be in early September, so that we can start calculating the warrant.
Is that a better issue that we allow Ways and Means to make than the policy committee dealing with education policy?
I guess in terms of the timing and the date range of the revenues, I would assume the Ways and Means or maybe the sponsor might have an indication of when.
Well, he indicated he thought the bill was going to go to Ways and Means, but here we have it right here where we're talking about adequacy and everything else.
Yeah,
And
I'm not certain how the bills get sorted out between the committees. So I can't answer that question. I'm sorry.
okay, thank you. Are there other questions from the committee here for Revenue Administration? Yes, Representative Luno.
So thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much for joining us again. Could you talk a little bit about the larger picture in terms of how monies flow from the various revenue sources into the Education Trust Fund? Obviously, the SWEPT is just one of those components, but lottery funds, I think, are dedicated lottery funds in excess of administrative cost prizes, things like that,
Right.
and then revenues that come from business taxes and others. I was wondering if you could sort of talk about how all of that is done.
In general, each kind of a revenue source within that particular statute would have a distribution section in the statute that says, okay, this particular revenue, is there a percentage of this revenue that goes to the Education Trust Fund, and then the remainder will go to the general fund? So there is no, I don't think there's one standard law that applies to all revenues. So you will need to look at each particular revenue source to see how that's being allocated by legislature when they drafted the bill. Say, okay, we want a certain percentage to go to the Education Trust Fund. Like for meals and rooms tax, for example, the motor vehicle rental revenue is 100% going to the Education Trust Fund. So that is within the meals and rooms statute itself. Yeah. So each statute will be different. Yeah.
Yes, yes.
And so for revenues that, let's say, come from business profits tax, business enterprise tax,
Yes.
Those percentages are a little more dynamic, maybe based on budget years and Ways and Means, maybe, or
It was, but last year there was a bill, I believe it was last session, where it fixed, now it slipped my mind, I can't remember the percentage rate, but the legislature had fixed the percentage that goes to the Education Trust Fund and the remainder going to the ETF. So it's now a fixed percentage. Whereas in the past, before that bill, it was very tied to the tax rate itself. So there's a calculation that ties to the tax rate, and then from that, a certain percentage goes to the Education Trust Fund, and a certain percentage goes to the general fund. And when the tax rate changes, the amount goes to each of the funds changes. So based on that, so if you can look back to the history of the let's say business profits tax rates, whenever legislation would meet and potentially each session there might be a change in the tax rate to the business profits tax. So now after the last session, legislature has decided to, okay, let's fix the rate. I can't remember the rate now. It might be 40%. Don't quote me. It just slipped me right now. Yeah.
For the committee, we were provided a sheet regarding the Education Trust Fund and all those revenues. That was passed out, I think, several meetings back. It's a sheet that shows all these revenues. You can go from the business profits tax, business enterprise tax, meals and room, tobacco, real estate, etc. Right down the list there and see the estimated revenues that are coming in as far as out to FY25. So that is available to us. So are there any other questions for our Revenue Administration right now? Yes, Representative Cordelli.
Thank you for being here. So basically what I understood you to be saying is that DRA would prefer to see an amount certified to you by the Treasury for the excess over the 6.6 million, and that would preferably happen in early September for your calculations.
Yes, that would make it more straightforward so that there is no question as to where we will get that, or where in the accounts, like is it the actual or is it the cash flow? We will get the amount and which date range. So if we were to be informed, okay, this is the number that we're to use, so that would help make it more straightforward. But if there's other methods, as long as there's a fixed and known I guess, qualification for that number, we can do that too, as long as that's very clear to us. Yep.
Thank you.
Yep.
And if we have this information by September, as you've stated, is that timing enough for districts to know or know what their rates are going to be taxing?
So that number is if we're informed at least by September 1.
Yeah.
And then that will go into and then we're receiving all the information from the municipalities, and then we'll be calculating the tax rate, and that would generate the warrant to go out to the municipalities. So all this will happen before the issuing
Yes.
of the warrant.
Okay.
Yeah.
Further questions from the committee? Not seeing, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So committee, we have this work session on this bill. I think where we are is that there's a lot of issues that have to be resolved, but it's best resolved in Ways and Means. Unless you're going to look at intent. Yes.
Again, I want to apologize because I expected this was going to Ways and Means and that we'd be working on an amendment. Like I said, I'm not a tax expert. So I guess my goal would be to get it to Ways and Means so I could sit down with people over there and make an amendment to the bill. It's obviously going to need some changes to fix it up. And that was my goal. I didn't think it was going to come here. So if that could be possible, I'll certainly say that I'll be working with the people in Ways and Means to come up with an amendment that addresses the concerns that not only raised here, but raised by the department as well. Just to let you know. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other discussion right here? Yes, Representative Balboni.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question actually is to intent. So right now, 100% of lottery funds raised less costs go into the Education Trust Fund. And if that's the case, we're really reducing revenue into the Educational Trust Fund that's going to have to be made up for by other sources?
I don't have an answer to that. Yeah. That's why I think it needs to be, I don't have all those figures in front of me right now, so I can't respond to that. But there are committees that have that information and are constantly thinking dollars and cents, whereas we are not. We're talking overall policy, why we need the sweat. So, yes, Representative Lekis.
It looks to me in reading this and reading this and reading this
Yeah.
that they're making sure that we're not reducing the amount that we've been getting. Because what we got in 23 was the 6,600,000. And so so it looks like what they're saying is what comes in over that is what's going to be used to help reduce the property tax, the swept property tax. And that's why that 6.6 million is in there, because that's what we've been getting. And so it's a way of defining the excess, because if you say excess, you have to define it. So they're defining it as whatever is above what we got in 23.
Representative Damon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everybody. I'm troubled with doing anything that addresses SWEPT when the court in November said SWEPT was unconstitutional. So it doesn't make any sense to me at all to deal with this in this way. And maybe the sponsors remark that perhaps it should be if one wants to address the revenue from games of chance in the way that he's saying, but he spoke about maybe it would go towards paying down the retirement debt, that makes sense to me.
Further discussion, Representative Cordelli.
Yeah, it's not my understanding that the court said that swept was unconstitutional.
Yeah.
I think that's reaching further than the court specified.
Representative Neal.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. Actually, I think the court did say that the way that that SWEPT was currently being administered is unconstitutional, and they called it an unconstitutional tax. So I think Representative Damon's characterization was spot on that. But the point I really wanted to make, I think, is when when we take a look at House Bill 1516, and it seeks to reduce revenue flowing into the Education Trust Fund through the statewide through SWEPT, then you take a look at that trust fund. It's got to generate a certain amount of cash to fund public schools, to fund EFAs, to fund building aid, to fund special education aid, to fund, there may be some other items as well, but when we're reducing a supply of revenue from one source, in case of the SWEP, it actually puts greater demand on revenue from other sources, such as business profits tax, business enterprise tax, rooms and meals tax, and others. And the report that I think the chair held up is right out of the most recent CAFR, the Comprehensive Annual Financial Report, which is something that all of us should be getting, because it does show where the money's come from. But yeah, we reduce it in SWEPT, it's got to be made up for somewhere else.
Representative Lekes.
Can we just reassign this to Ways and Means, because the things that people are saying and are concerned about is not what the bill is actually saying. So I think there are enough of us that don't understand how this bill works. Can we just have it reassigned, just whatever that term is they use, but send it to Ways and Means, reassign it to Ways and Means?
Pretty late to be vacating an early bill. The early bill has to be out of here this week. So there's another way of getting it to Ways and Means, put it on consent and send it to Ways and Means. It comes back to the floor for a vote. How you'd have to be very careful in how you wrote your committee report up with the intent of why we'd like to see it go there. There's a bigger picture to this whole thing right now dealing with the Education Trust, and that's something that this policy committee ought to be aware of. I'm not looking at that revenue sheet right now, but if you look at the figure in the bottom right-hand column on the very bottom, total revenues there are what, $222 million, as I recall, in the fund. Now, that money which is not used would then, there's an effort to put it back into the general fund and use that money to support other aspects of running this state. Now, one can read pluses to that, or one can read minuses, but I think each one of you need to be considering where we're going in terms of some of the issues that are affecting education. We're trying to figure out how to support catastrophic aid. We're trying to figure out how to support building aid. We're trying to figure out how to support adequacy. All these things are going on right now. We just passed a bill not too long ago on a 12-8 vote, which dealt with providing meal plans for breakfast or lunch, which is a costly program. I think that zeroed in somewhere between $40 and $50 million. Where's that money going to come from?
Right.
So there are a lot of policy considerations that have to be looked at in terms of the bigger picture. Where are we going with the Education Trust Fund? And this one right here, I don't think this committee is really qualified right now to make some of these decisions regarding, we're qualified, yes, but from a policy perspective, but our job is also to try and figure out where the revenues are coming from and how that it meshes out with everything else that we're using revenues for to run the state. And that is the job of Ways and Means. So I kind of agree with Representative Eckes. I'd like to get this thing over to Ways and Means somehow and try to write in some kind of a committee report that, you know, we don't really take a position on this. We just want to get this thing out and get a better idea of the impacts to it. Representative Luno.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. You know, I don't know why we feel like, or why there may be why we're in a rush to get this over to Ways and Means. I don't know why the games of chance under 287D20 are necessarily any different than any other revenue sources that may go up or down in any given year. Certainly, the prime sponsor could file this bill again, and then maybe it would be routed more directly over to Ways and Means. But I certainly don't see that we should necessarily consider this particular revenue source, which is in the grand scheme of lottery, as being something that then offsets another revenue source. But frankly, I don't know how the Lottery Commission be able to say every dollar goes to schools if it's all of a sudden taking away a dollar from somewhere else. So I really don't see any reason to fast track this to Ways and Means. It doesn't appear that the amount is going to be terribly large, but that the impact, I think, on other revenue sources down the road would not be good. And you know, I think we could just take care of it right here.
Representative Cordelli, did you?
Yeah, I would just say that I think that the goal is to apply the excess over 6.6 million and let the Treasury work that out, as suggested by DRA, that be applied to SWEP to reduce local property taxes,
Exactly.
local school taxes. That would come straight off the state line on our tax statement for any amount in excess that was applied. I think that's a worthy goal and something that we should look at and get over to DRA. And I would be all in favor of.
To Ways and Means.
I'm sorry. Yes, Ways and Means. Getting ahead of myself.
Yeah.
Check with the maybe the Speaker's office and see if we could vacate it to stay within the timeframes of reporting by the 15th.
That we can check. Yes, we can check that out. Representative Myler?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I may be way out in left field here. I don't know, but I recall when Governor Hassan was the governor, and she was pushing gaming big time. I was against it then, and I'm against it now. And I'm concerned. You know, as I see these ads on TV, when I saw these ads on TV about gambling here and gambling there, I'm saying, where in the hell did this come from? Oh, this is charity gaming. Right, charity gaming. Right, 35% supposed to go to local charities. There's a heck of a lot of money going to those who own this gaming establishment. And frankly, I'm opposed to gambling. I'm opposed to this bill. And I may be way out there, but I'm going to stick by my guns. I was against it when Governor Hassan did it. I'm against it now. I don't like to see the ads on TV. And I think this is a kind of an if-come source of revenue. And I'm just opposed to the concept altogether.
And we've never had a gaming bill that we've decided in this committee. It's gone elsewhere to other committees.
Thank you.
So we have not acted on any of this. Been ever since I've been in the House, we've had gaming bills coming up, and the House has never been supportive of that, whereas the Senate maybe. So it's Representative Eckes.
Is Ways and Means the second committee that this will go to? I mean,
I don't know. That's a decision that's made by
because I was
the
just
speaker.
thinking if that was the second committee, then all we're doing by vacating it is moving it to them a week early, because they would be getting it and be under the second committee time, but maybe not. But that's what I was thinking, to do that. But this doesn't stop, this bill doesn't stop charitable gaming. The money's coming in now. The excess money would still be going into the Education Trust Fund, because this doesn't change that law. All this says is, if there is extra, it goes to help offset property tax.
Yeah, so where we are right now is we're going to have the debate on this tomorrow. It's up for execing tomorrow. It's an early bill. That's why we do have a rush on the bill. And we, had the bill presented to us by the representative that brought it forward today, and that's the first time I've really even dealt with this thing. And of course, on top of all the 23 early bills we've had and the 49 other bills that have fiscal notes attached to them, it's been a very burdensome type last several months. So if we have nothing else to say on this right now, I will go forward and see if it can be vacated. But I doubt that that's going to be the case, seeing that we have possession of it and there's only, it's got to be acted on by the House floor or submitted for action by the 15th. And so we're in that week. So,
Mr. Chair.
yes.
Another, and I think it's good to check on whether this could be vacated. But just another comment on this as a policy. As the way the funding formula works, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that the state adequacy grant, the direct state adequacy grants, get paid directly to municipalities after the SWEPT has been collected, so that when less SWEPT is collected, there will be, for whatever that difference is less, that will be additional state funds that come from the Education Trust Fund to make up for that difference. So if we short the SWEPT by, say, you just
Which we've done before.
but if,
By $100 million.
right. So just like what happened 3 years ago,
Yes.
if you short the SWEPT by $100 million, it means two things. It means $100 million needs to come in to the Education Trust Fund to make up for that difference, and another $100 million has to come in because you've got increased direct adequacy grants that need to be made for those communities that are now raising less in SWEPT towards their adequacy amount. It's a double gotcha.
Representative Cordelli.
Thank you. And 3 years ago, when we did the reduction of $100 million in SWEPT, we did take money from surplus, I believe, to compensate for that so that there was no shortfall in the Education Trust Fund by $100 million. So that difference was made up. And I think we're talking about an amount in excess of the 6.6, which, I think, again, Ways and Means would have a better handle on if that's the right number or not.
6.6, we don't know what that is.
But if that is what we have been getting into the Education Trust Fund from the lottery, from all sorts of gaming, then I don't see a problem, because anything in the future with possibly more gaming, and I understand the opposition to gaming, but it would just be additional revenues we see in the future over and above what we're getting now that would go to reduce the SWEPT and the property tax.
Okay, so we're going to close this work session down right now because we've gone beyond our time, but we will pick this up tomorrow during the exec session. So we'll take about a 4 or 5 minute break right now, and then we're going to
Caucus?
Pardon me?
Were we going to caucus now, or did you want to talk?
Yeah, that's what we're going to take the break, and then we're going to go talk. Yeah.
Shall I put the caucus sign out or?
Basically, you don't have to put it out yet because we're going to go talk with them, then come back, and then we'll
Okay.
put the sign up.
Okay.
parties are going to caucus for a few moments here, and we will probably be back in about 20 minutes. So approximately by that clock, around quarter after, thereabouts, the hour. Excuse me, jeepers, I'm looking, no, it's a shadow on it. So we'll be coming back here probably around 10:35. Or possibly earlier.
I don't think they know they're not, they're supposed to.
So, yeah, so during caucus, all people are not on the committee need to leave the room. You, what time is it? 12:45?
Second base.
I'm gonna find my amendments.
Yeah. I want to remind committee members that if you make a motion, the motion, you have to write the committee report. And we'd like to have those committee reports done as quickly as possible today. So with that, let's get into the business of the first bill, which we're going to take up, and we'll go down in a sequential order, but we're going to jump over a few bills and then come back.
I have that there.
Okay, the first bill we're taking up is HB 1109, requiring student identification cards to include the helpline for the National Alliance for Eating Disorders. We have a motion that was made at the previous meeting, and I can't tell you the date that occurred on, but the motion was ITL, and I'd like to ask the person who made that motion, Representative Dry, did you make that motion?
I did not rescind it.
Would you please pull the motion?
Yes, I will rescind that.
Okay, and the second was made by Representative Belcher?
Agreed.
Okay, so now we have no motion on the floor, and I'm going to look to Representative Peternell for a motion.
Thank you. I move OTP on House Bill 1109.
Representative Damon? Thank you very much. Would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, thank you. I would actually like to bring forth an amendment.
Okay,
That's 2024-0403H.
We have copies.
okay,
Pass them
let's
all
make
out.
sure everybody has
They were
that.
passed out this morning. That's the problem.
Yeah, they get so much pie held up here. 11. Okay.
Repeat that amendment number?
0403H.
Is Representative Damon seconding that amendment?
Yeah, Representative Damon, that's different. Yes, she made that motion. I've read it. Go ahead. I can't find it. It's under this
Yeah.
pile somewhere here.
So we can go ahead and discuss the amendment, the bill as
Well,
amendment.
is there a motion on the amendment?
Yes, I move ought to pass as I move ought to pass with amendment 0403H.
And Representative Damon, you second the amendment? Thank you. Would you like to speak to your motion, please?
Yes, thank you. This bill as the whole was brought forward again this year after issues were found last year with the organization that was to be listed on the back of the student ID cards. And this is related to eating disorders and building awareness in high school students of eating disorders. And this year, when it was brought forward, the number is for the National Alliance for Eating Disorders, and we have been assured that this organization is well vetted and has been around for long enough that we can be assured that they won't have issues with their card, and they plan on extending the hours that they are available to take live calls. But as we were working on the bill and looking up the laws, we noticed that the suicide hotline that was supposed to be on the back of ID cards also needed to be updated. And so we brought forth this amendment to update the title of the 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline. And so that's what this bill does. It puts two numbers on the back of the ID cards.
Thank you. Representative Damon, do you have any further discussion?
Echo all of what Representative Peternell said, and just to be clear, the amendment adds to the original bill language. So the bill language regarding the National Alliance for Eating Disorders helpline is exactly the same, and then just adds this section to update the correct title of what was the National Suicide Prevention and is now the 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline. So students will have access to both numbers and can use what is relevant to their particular needs.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion from the committee? Yes, Representative Lekis.
I just want to commend Rep. Damon and Rep. Peternell for what I understand was a complicated process to do what looks like a simple thing, I guess it was very complicated. So thank you very much.
Representative Cordiello?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I want to second that, what Representative Leck said, because as you all know, I was very much against the original bill due to the lack of 24/7 coverage and some other issues. You all know that, but I feel like this is a great example of doing what's best for the kids and getting this the language changed here in an updated suicide hotline. I don't think it's perfect. I'm still concerned about this organization. They say they're going to go 24, increase their hours. I hope they abide by that. But I will be voting for this amendment and the bill.
Thank you. Further discussion, Representative Dry.
Thank you very much. This is not a hill I want to die on, but I just want to reiterate that the trend is to go to 988. It's to go to 3-digit numbers to make it easy. Here's the emergency numbers in Sullivan County that could all go easily on the back of an ID because they're all important. And we're moving towards the easiest way to get there. You get a real person 24/7 on the 988 hotline at this point, and that's what I feel is important. I understand where you are all coming from, but this is what I feel is important. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion? Not seeing any. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll on the amendment? The amendment number is 0403H.
Vice Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
Representative Leck.
Yes.
Representative Ford.
Yes.
Representative Belcher.
Yes.
Representative Dry.
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Noble.
Yes.
Representative Peternell.
Yes.
Representative Cortiello, yes. Representative Myler.
Yeah.
Representative Cornell.
Yes.
Representative Tanner.
Yes.
Representative Luna.
Yes.
Representative Heath.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock.
Yeah.
Representative Hall.
Yes.
Representative Balboni.
Yes.
Representative Cascadden.
Yes.
Representative Damon.
Yes, thank
And-
you.
And Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
20 yeas, 0 nays.
Representative Peternell recognized for a motion. OTPA.
I'd like to move OTPA on House Bill 1109 as amended.
And Representative Damon? Thank you. So we have a motion on the table now. It's to amend 1109 with 0403H. That's the amendment. Further discussion from either of those, Representative Peternell or Representative Damon? No? Any further discussion from the committee? Madam Clerk, when you're ready.
Vice Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
Representative Leck.
Yes.
Representative Ford.
Yes.
Representative Belcher.
Yes.
Representative Dry.
No.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Noble.
Yes.
Representative Peternell.
Yes.
Representative Cortiello, yes. Representative Myler.
Yes.
Representative Cornell.
Yes.
Representative Tanner.
Yes.
Representative Luna.
Yes.
Representative Heath.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock.
Yeah.
Representative Hall.
Yes.
Representative Balboni.
Yes.
Representative Cascadden.
Yes.
Representative Damon.
Yes.
Chairman Ladd.
Yes. 19
yeas, 1 nay.
Any problem with consent? No. Minority report? No. 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 Okay, so we are good with 1109. Let's hustle down to the next one, which is HB 1185. This is relative to sexual education instruction. I look to Representative Cordelli for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to move interim study.
Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
So we have a motion on the table to interim study 1185, made by Representative Cordelli and second by Representative Myler. Further discussion from either?
Just briefly, if I might, I support the goals of the sponsors of this bill. I think that there are issues with some of the wording and possibly even the section of statute to which it's proposed. So therefore, my interim study motion.
Further discussion? Any further discussion from the committee? So we have a motion on the table right now for interim study for 1185. Madam Clerk, when you're ready.
Vice Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
Representative Leck.
Yes.
Representative Ford.
Yes.
Representative Belcher,
Yes.
Representative Dry,
Yes.
Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Noble,
Yes.
Representative Peternell,
Yes.
Representative Cortiello, yes. Representative Myler,
Yes.
Representative Cornell,
Yes.
Representative Tanner,
Yes.
Representative Luno,
Yes.
Representative Heath,
Yes.
Representative Woodcock,
Yes.
Representative Hall,
Yes.
Representative Balboni,
Yes.
Representative Cascadden,
Yes.
Representative Damon,
Yes.
Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
20 yeas, 0 nays.
So any from consent, they'll put that on consent. Thank you very much. Next bill we're going to address is 1235. This is a bill relative to high school students serving as school board members. I'd like to recognize Representative Cascadden for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to OTP this bill.
Is there a second?
I'd like to introduce.
Okay, the motion has been made by Representative Cascadden and second by Representative Peternell as OTP. Representative Cascadden.
I'd like to introduce an amendment. It's number 0646H.
Is there a second? Representative
Second.
Peternell? Okay, motion made by, for seconding from, our motion made by Representative Cascadden for 0646H and second by Representative Peternell. Representative Cascadden, do you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, I'd like to, the bill that was presented initially had some language added in lines 7, 8, and 9 pertaining to how the members were selected. Would strike all of that in the amendment. There's no need for it. Keep the original law. And the only change would be in the requirement in line 16, attending all school board meetings, just taking the word all, so that it reads as original, attending school board meetings, and then strike the bold that came in after that. So it just removes all, and districts can decide which school board meetings they need to attend. They can attend them all, or they can attend just some. So it's just one amendment, one word amendment, I'm sorry.
Representative Peternell, do you have any further discussion?
No, thank you.
Further discussion from the committee? Not seeing any further discussion from the committee. Madam Clerk, we have a motion on the table. It's amendment 0646H on 1235, HB 1235.
Vice Chairman Cordelli,
Yes.
Representative Lekes.
Yes.
Representative Ford,
Yes.
Representative Belcher,
Yes.
Representative Dry,
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Noble.
Yes.
Representative Peternell,
Yes.
Representative Cortiello, yes. Representative Myler. Yes. Representative Cornell.
Yes.
Representative Tanner.
Yes.
Representative Luna.
Yes.
Representative Heath. Representative Woodcock.
Yes.
Representative Hall.
Yes.
Representative Alboni.
Yes.
Representative Cascadden.
Yes.
Representative Damon.
Yes.
And Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
20 yeas, 0 nays.
So put that one also on consent. Any objections to that?
What we still,
That was the amendment.
Oh, excuse me, I'm trying to rush through this thing. So, would you please, Representative Cascadden, would you like to make a motion of OTPA?
Yes, I move to OTPA House Bill 1235.
Representative Peternell? So the motion's made to OTPA this bill with 0646H as the amendment made by Representative Cascadden and second by Representative Peternell. Further discussion? Madam Clerk?
Vice Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
Representative Lekes.
Yes.
Representative Ford.
Yes.
Representative Belcher.
Yes.
Representative Dry.
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Noble.
Yes.
Representative Peternell.
Yes.
Representative Cortiello, yes. Representative Myler.
Yes.
Representative Cornell.
Yes.
Representative Tanner. Yes. Representative Luno.
Yes.
Representative Heath.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock.
Yes.
Representative Hall.
Yes.
Representative Alboni.
Yes.
Representative Cascadden.
Yes.
Representative Damon.
Yes.
Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
20 yeas, 0 nays.
So we'll put that one on consent. And it's good to get rid of the double standard where elected board members don't have to attend all meetings, but students do. Yeah, it's like, okay.
Right.
Okay, so good job. Going down to the next bill, which we have on the docket, that we're jumping a couple here, is HB 1356. This is relative to the use of children's names and pronouns by public school employees. So look to Representative Lekes for a motion.
I move to ITL HB 1356.
Is there a second? Who made that one? Did Representative Damon make that motion?
I think she.
Okay, Representative Damon makes the motion, so,
Split second.
okay, motion made by ITL by Representative Lekis and second by Representative Damon. Representative Lekis, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, I think this bill was not written right, and the biggest thing that jumped out at me before I even got very far down reading it was, well, partly just given names and knowing that some kids never liked their given names and never went by them in school. And the other part is just nicknames in general, whether it's sports teams or whatever. Nicknames are an important part of acceptance to a kid. You get a nickname, it means, you know, you're known, you're recognized, whatever. And so the idea that we can't give kids nicknames without parental permission is just wrong.
Representative Damon,
What she said.
we're on the same page there. Okay, further discussion from the committee. The motion is to ITL, the bill, which is 1356. And the motion was made by Representative Lekis and second by Representative Damon. So no further discussion. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll? The motion is ITL.
Vice Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
Representative Lekis.
Yes.
Representative Ford.
Yes.
Representative Belcher.
Yes.
Representative Dry.
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Noble.
Yes.
Representative Petronil.
Yes.
Representative Cortiello. Yes. Representative Myler.
Yes.
Representative Cornell.
Yes.
Representative Tanner.
Yes.
Representative Luno.
Yes.
Representative Heath.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock.
Yes.
Representative Hall.
Yes.
Representative Balboni.
Yes.
Representative Cascadden.
Yes.
Representative Damon.
Yes.
And Chairman.
Either?
Yes, I'd like to speak to it. As a prior teacher myself, as a prior principal, later administrator outside the state, it's the responsibility, and I'll take kindergarten for example. And I've said this before in committee, everything a kid should know is learned and taught in kindergarten. And that means having to work together, collaborate together, respect the other person that's coming in and out of the door. And that's all social interaction. And so I believe that there's this bill is, this got a lot of stuff in it. And when it's indicating to a teacher, you got to be very careful in terms of teaching these social skills, which are extremely important. To listen when the teacher is talking. You don't sit there, gabbing with a friend. That's a social skill. And it's also a necessary skill in order to learn. So this is why I'm opposing the passage of this bill. It's a skill that's necessary. The social experiences in athletics and it is extremely important. There's a lot to it. Thank you very much.
Representative Myler?
Yes, thank you, Chairman Cordelli. I think in the 12 years I've been on this committee, that this hearing was probably that had the broadest breadth of individuals that came before us. I mean, we had corrections people, we had social workers, we had counselors, we had teachers, we had parents. And I think this was a very telling hearing that really talked about the breadth of the need to deal with kids' social emotional learning. And also I think the issue too that when we talk about businesses, one of the things that business people say, that we need to have people who can communicate with one another, who can deal with one another. So I totally agree with the ITL on this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments from the committee? Seeing none. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Vice Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
Representative Lekis.
Yes.
Representative Ford.
Yes.
Representative Belcher.
No.
Representative Dry.
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Noble.
Yes.
Representative Petronil.
Yes.
Representative Cortiello. Yes. Representative Myler.
Yes.
Representative Cornell.
Yes.
Representative Tanner?
Yes.
Representative Luna?
Yes.
Representative Heath?
Yes.
Representative Woodcock?
Yes.
Representative Hall?
Yes.
Representative Balboni?
Yes.
Representative Cascadden?
Yes.
Representative Damon?
Yes.
Chairman Ladd?
Yes.
19 yeas, 1 nay.
Consent?
Okay. So I'll take the gavel back. Yeah. Okay, moving on down now to the next bill, which is HB 1496, relative to the state's duty to protect children in public schools. Representative Milo, you're recognized for a motion.
I moved ITL, please.
I'll second it. Oh, we're slowing down a little bit here. We're getting ahead of our clerk.
That's okay. What number are we on?
1496. Okay, we have a motion on the table. It's to ITL 1496. The motion's made by Representative Myler and second by Representative Ladd. Representative Myler, you're recognized.
Yes, I think this is, again, there's no question in our minds that, that students need to be protected, and I believe that currently that schools have done a great job in making that available, particularly in the environment that we have across the country and within this state, to make sure that students do have the benefit of going to school and parents have the benefit of that they're going to be safe. So I don't think this is necessary. Thank you.
And as maker of the second here, on line 5 of the bill, there's mention to local parentis in this bill, and I think it's extremely important that we don't have it anywhere else in statute. And school districts years and years ago had this terminology in, and we got into real problem areas with it. I think it's best that local parentis not be put into statutory language. Further discussion on the bill. Representative Belcher?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just wanted to add to what you commented on that. I think I understand the underlying intent of the bill, and I think it's a good intent, but the possibility has been raised that by adding in local parentis to the bill, we're not sure if we're actually expanding the scope of requirement and possible interventions on the part of the school. So I think the safest thing to do is ITL, and maybe we'll see this again with different language in the future.
Further discussion from the committee? Okay, we have a motion that's been put forth by Representative Myler, second by Representative Ladd. It's ITL and 1496. Any further discussion on part of the committee? Not seeing any. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Vice Chairman Cordelli?
Yes.
Representative Lekis?
Yes.
Representative Ford?
Yes.
Representative Belcher?
Yes.
Representative Dry?
Yes.
Representative McDonald?
Yes.
Representative Noble?
Yes.
Representative Peternell?
Yes.
Representative Cortiello, yes. Representative Myler? Representative Cornell?
Yes.
Representative Tanner?
Yes.
Representative Luna?
Yes.
Representative Heath?
Yes.
Representative Woodcock?
Yes.
Representative Hall?
Yes.
Representative Alboni?
Yes.
Representative Cascadden?
Yes.
Representative Damon?
Yes.
Chairman Ladd?
Yes.
20 yeas, 0 nays.
Consent?
Yes.
Thank you. Going on down to the next bill, which we're going to address this morning, is HB 1643. This is requiring school districts to make curriculum and instructional materials available on their web pages. Need a motion?
Sure, I'll move so to ITL.
Representative Myler makes the motion to ITL, and I will second that. Representative Myler?
I think it's already being done, so I don't think I need to say anything more. Thank you.
I'm of the same position. Any further discussion? Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll? The motion is ITL on 1643. The motion was made by Representative Myler and second by Representative Ladd.
Vice Chairman Cordelli?
Yes.
Representative Lekis?
Yes.
Representative Ford?
Yes.
Representative Belcher?
No.
Representative Dry?
Yes.
Representative McDonald?
No.
Representative Noble?
Yes.
Representative Peternell?
Yes.
Representative Cortiello, yes. Representative Myler?
Yes.
Representative Cornell?
Yes.
Representative Tanner?
Yes.
Representative Luna?
Yes.
Representative Heath?
Yes.
Representative Woodcock?
Yes.
Representative Hall,
Yes.
Representative Balboni,
Yes.
Representative Cascadden,
Yes.
Representative Damon,
Yes.
Chairman Ladd,
Yes.
18 yeas, 2 nays.
Any objections to consent? Okay, we'll put that on consent. Yes, on consent. Is there a minority report? No, not on consent. Okay. Going down to the last one, on the bottom of the list right here, 1692. This is relative to high school graduation requirements.
You want to hand the gavel?
Yeah, I hand the gavel over.
This is House Bill 1692, and I call on Chairman Ladd for a motion.
I'd like to make a motion of ITL.
Second by Representative Myler. Anything to comment, Chairman
Yeah,
Ladd?
I'm trying to get to the bill here.
Yes, right. Me too.
Okay, this bill is addressing to the requirement of an assessment for graduation. And in the high school, the statewide assessment would be the SAT, and that's given in the 11th grade. I don't think that's a proper assessment of the curriculum maybe that's provided in that particular school, even though it's one we use in the 11th grade. So I think there's multiple ways of determining a student being competent in these areas, and I don't think it's necessarily done through a singular test.
Representative Myler? Thank you. Anything further from the committee? Seeing, yes, Representative Lakis, I see.
I just wanted to say that I think this could be done through like the GED or the high set or something, but there is nothing in here specifying what it is. Well, there is, but what, as as Chairman Ladd said, it's the SAT, and I think that is not at all the appropriate test. Thank you, that's it.
Thank you. Anything further? Seeing nothing? Madam Clerk?
Vice Chairman Cordelli,
Yes.
Representative Lekis.
Yes.
Representative Ford,
Yes.
Representative Belcher,
Yes.
Representative Dry,
Yes.
Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Noble,
Yes.
Representative Peternell,
Yes.
Representative Cortillo, yes. Representative Myler,
Yes.
Representative Cornell,
Yes.
Representative Tenner,
Yes.
Representative Luna,
Yes.
Representative Heath,
Yes.
Representative Woodcock,
Yes.
Representative Hall,
Yes.
Representative Balboni,
Yes.
Representative Cascadden,
Yes.
Representative Damon,
Yes.
Chairman Ladd,
Yes.
20 yeas, 0 nays.
Objections to consent? We're all there? Yep. Okay, that takes us down the list here so far. Now we jump into it. Okay, so we just took care of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 bills.
I'm still catching up.
Okay, so let's take a short break. Let's take a 5-minute break here so the clerk can catch up.
Okay, I've only got the one.
Yeah,
The eating
but-
disorder one was a little complicated. I gotta go back to that.
Well, just, yeah, don't get all your paperwork mixed up
I'm
here.
good. Just
Yeah.
gotta dot the T's and cross the I's. You know what I mean?
That's why you need 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Well, we're gonna work down through things here.
Let me guess. It's gonna get a little harder.
So we'll be looking at,
It'll be easier for you.
Actually, it's easier for me when it's harder for everyone else.
Yes, exactly.
Because I have time to.
we gotta do them all, so we might as well just work our way down through them. bill which we're going to take up is we're going to jump down to 1437. This is relative to the membership of the State Board of Education. $1437.
Sure. idea.
Yeah, this right here. Okay. So I look to Representative Belcher for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would move ITL.
Is there a second?
Second.
So we have a motion made by Representative Belcher as ITL and second by Representative Cordelli. Representative Belcher?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So what this bill seeks to do is it expands the Board of Education in the state from 7 members to 11. And it designates that the new positions will be filled primarily by those who are professionals in the field of education or administration. Now, we've heard testimony that from the Board of Education that this bill would flip the historical intent of the Board of Education on its head, where the board was originally founded to be a facet of our government of, by, and for the people, run by a civilian, non-professional oversight. By putting these positions in there, it would really move it toward a more administrative model. It would put people in the position of regulating their own fields that they're actively employed in, which is generally not considered the best practice from fields to pharmaceuticals to finance and beyond, as it creates incentives that could be not great in terms of self-regulation like that. So it would create a moral hazard in that effect. Thank you.
Thank you very much. From the second, is there any discussion?
Nothing further.
Further discussion. The motion is ITL. Representative Lekis? Then Representative Tanner?
Yes, EDNA is currently going through all of the various boards and certifications and whatever to try to do away with any places where you have the people regulating themselves, because they have found problems with that through the years, and they have been going through to make them independent or advisory only, et cetera. And so this sort of goes backwards from what we're trying to do in across the state in all the other areas.
Thank you. Representative Tanner?
Thank you. This is my bill, and I do have an amendment that changes it, which I would offer if we get a chance. But whenever you have a board like this that is making decisions, like they're going to actually make a decision on the 306 standards, they have become the board that makes a ton of decisions affecting education in the state, and yet no one on the board has any education background, or at least is not versed in that. And I find that very difficult. I'm sure on the AMA they have a few doctors, retired doctors, or people that have been in the medical field. Just because you're ride on a plane, you don't become a pilot. And I think people sometimes use the idea that they've gone to school for the 12 years of schooling and then postgraduate or post-secondary education, postgraduate education, that they know what is happening in classrooms and teachers and our public education across the state. And I think in the recent years, the reason I brought this forward is I've been seeing a lot of misunderstandings coming from that state board level. And I think that it needs to be expanded. Certainly, we have a lot more on their plate than they did in 1919 when it was formed. We've expanded our population of children to educate, and I just feel that it's necessary to have this discussion about the state board, and I think it's a shame really, to look at boards and try to filter out anybody that might have any expertise in that field. Thank you.
Representative McDonald?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not going to speak to the qualifications of the board members as listed in statute or in the bill or amended. I'm more concerned about the fact that we are expanding the number of members on the board. And it seems to me to be an expansion of government that is unwarranted. Have we heard testimony that more members should be on this board and what purpose that serves? To me, it's deeply concerning with those questions unanswered, so I will not be supporting the bill. Thank you.
Representative Cornell?
I think I was most concerned about the lack of an application process. When the chair of the board was asked, how do people get put on the board or what is the application process? I think he said, I don't know. I got a call out of the blue asking me if I wanted to be on it. So I said yes. And to me, that's a little bit concerning that there isn't any method of choosing the people that are on it. If you can get a call out of the blue and say, do you want to be on this board? And you say, oh yeah, sure. That's concerning to me.
Representative Woodcock?
Thank you, Chairman Lett. I just want to follow up a moment, if I may, on Representative Tanner's comments, the same ilk here. When I look around this particular board that we're sitting in right here now, and we try to establish policy, and how many times have people on this board said, I was a teacher, I was an administrator, and I bring this to the board. And others who are not there, who are not teachers, or they balance it out so we have a wider perspective. What we're saying here is we don't want that wider perspective. I think we need to have, and the folks around this table who have backgrounds in education, who have taught, always bring a different perspective than those that haven't. And that's how we get a balance of good policy. I think the board definitely needs to have some professional balance on here. And I would follow, as Representative Tanner has said, that it's probably imperative of this board, particularly with the rule of state education. Thank you, Chairman Ladd.
Further discussion? Representative Damon and then Representative Dry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm opposed to the ITL. I think in any area of knowledge, there are people who are educated and have expertise that we should want to have participate in decision making. I wouldn't want the Department of Environmental Services to pass regulations for septic design without folks who have expertise in septic systems to provide input to that. I would not want a pharmacy board or the FDA process for approving meds not to involve the folks who know the most about pharmaceutical studies. I think it's a frankly absurd idea that we wouldn't involve educated, trained education professionals on the Board of Education.
Representative Dry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The governor and council appoint the members of the board. That means there is some vetting going on. It has to go through the governor and council meeting, and just like a judge or any other appointment. So I'm thinking there is more than just answering a phone call.
Mm-hmm. Representative Cordelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just in terms of the selection of members, having been a member of HEAC, Home Education Advisory Council, and the Special Education Advisory Council, I have recommended people for both of those organizations. Myself, some go through to the governor's office, my recommendations. HEAC just goes through if there's an opening to the speaker's office. But I remember also there was a period in time with the Special Education Advisory Council when leadership of that council was requiring prospective members to come in and be interviewed by the council, which I strongly objected to, filtering applicants by the council themselves. So I think that the current process works well, and as Representative Dry said, it all goes through the governor and the executive council. That's why we have an executive council. Thank you.
Representative Myler?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, I'm going to put the elephant in the room here. Is that why has this come forward? In the past, the Board of Education, State Board of Education, has had a very balanced approach to looking at issues. You've had people who've been conservative, you have people who've been liberal. Unfortunately, at this point in time, because of the current leadership in the state, we have an ultra-conservative State Board of Education with no balance. That's my concern. No balance. And I think this has been, I don't know the motive behind Representative Tanner's amendment here, but I think it represents a need for the Department of Education, the State Board of Education, to have a more balanced look at what's happening in education and the decision-making process that needs to take place. And I'm not talking about having a liberal board or a total conservative board. I'm talking about a balance. And in the past, there has been a balance on that board. There is no balance on the board as it sits right now based upon the decision-making that they have. We have the 306s that are coming up. Major issue that's going to direct public education in this state. And I have a great deal of fear of what's going to come out of that state board based upon the particular political persuasion they have right now. Now, we do have, thanks to Chairman Ladd, thank you, we passed 1673 early in this session that talks about an oversight of those rules. So that kind of neutrals my sense a little bit, because there'll be some legislative oversight to the decision that's going to take place. But I think the motive behind the expanding this, we didn't need this before, because there was a balanced approach. And I think this bill at least provides some sense of people who've had some experience, because we have no one in there that really has the experience now. And I think that's a deficit to the decision-making process that directs public education. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, I'd like to take an opportunity to speak to this too, because I don't believe we need this now. And for numerous reasons. We're saying that no one on the State Board of Education has the understanding, the knowledge, the experience in education. I don't think that's so. And I don't think it's so that you have to be working in a school to have that experience and that wisdom. I also look at the bill as it was introduced and as it is being submitted elsewhere, where it says, there shall not be professionally, the person that we have there on the board shall not be engaged in school work, educators or professionally engaged in school work. I wonder why that was put into law years ago. We don't have the superintendent of schools sitting on the school board at the local school district. Is there a reason for that? Of course there's a reason for it. And there's a reason why we shouldn't have a superintendent of schools sitting on the State Board of Education too. The superintendent of schools is going to come in with a lot of ownership on topics and engaged in certain organizations, which are going to now be doing the lobbying from the inside. I don't think that's right. I think this is a citizen legislature. We need to have a citizen board running our schools, state board, and that's appointed by governor and council. And our forefathers had the wisdom to check the balance of the governor through a council. And so we have these checks and balances in place. The people have to be approved by governor and council. And the governor and council are elected by the residents of this state. So it's reflecting where we are at that moment in time. It may not be like it is for us, as we see it right now, 10 years from now. It could go the opposite side. That's okay. 1 year from now. That's the way democracy works. And I think it's a dreadful error that we put people on the state board who are professionally engaged in the business of education, where they're making their welfare and their income from that, and they're also going to be the ones that are deciding on issues of professionalism on the part of a teacher when that comes up for appeal and action by the state board, or other issues. I'd be really cautious before moving this bill forward. It seems to me that we could be putting people into the state board who really have conflicts of interest. Thank you. Representative Cordelli.
Thank you. Following on to that, one of the duties of the state board is to hear appeals whenever there is a dispute between a parent and the local school board. That's in statute now. So if we have people on there who are not citizen members of the board, but professional educators, it might swing the balance in terms of hearing those appeals. Would there be recusals necessary? So I think that that's one area where I can see a problem if we move forward with this legislation.
Representative Lekis.
Our local school boards are elected locally by the citizens. This is like the state level of that. So to individually elect those by all the people would be unwieldy. So instead, the citizens elect the governor and the executive board. And we have had times when those were very divided and the governor voted one way or recommended, and the counselors voted against him, depending upon they are representing the makeup of the citizens and the will of the citizens at that time. That's what this government is set up for. It's a representative democracy. And this is furthering that representative democracy. The representatives are the counselors in this case, and they're voting the will of the people who elected them. There have been times when it was solidly in one party, now it's solidly in another party, but that goes back and forth depending upon the will of the people. Very often it's mixed, because very often in New Hampshire we have a mix. So it's representing the will of the people, which is the point of the school board. It's the point of the local school board, and this is just the statewide school board, and it needs to be made up and elected the same way in effect as our local school boards and represent the citizens of the state.
Representative Tanner.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to say that all the surrounding states have representatives on their school boards of even teachers unions, AFT, NEA. They have superintendents, they have teachers. So it's not, we're not trying to break like the national trend or anything like that. The original school board was also meant, another phrase in there that came out was that it was supposed to be bipartisan. And they had actually a requirement in the initial charter that no more than 3 people of one party could be on the school board of 5. So they were very conscious of having it become too political, which it has. My amendment takes out the professional teachers. I think it also adds a student representative on the board, which I think is really, really important. I think also my bill speaks to the number of terms and the years of terms. And I think that people that are appointed and we're not sure how they actually get to that position, could be there for many, many, many years with the 4 consecutive terms and 3-year terms. That's a long time to have somebody in. So it's not a flip that happens on a regular basis. I'd like to have the opportunity to put forward the amendment. That's my little spiel.
Further discussion on the part of the committee. Representative Damon.
Mr. Chair, I have a procedural question as still the newbie. Is there any way for an amendment to be put forward when the motion on the floor is not OTP?
the ITL has to be voted down and an OTP
Right.
has to be brought forward in order to have an amendment move forward, unless you take it right to the House floor.
That's what I thought, but
Representative
thank you.
Lucas.
Can we, however, have that amendment passed out and look at it? Not,
We've got it.
well then, okay. For some reason, I don't have it. Because it,
Here's a copy.
yes.
No, I only have one copy here.
I've got some more. You need more copies down there?
Yeah, none of us got them.
Oh.
Here they are.
Ah, okay.
Here they are.
Yeah.
Okay, the motion on the floor right now is ITL. Is there any more discussion on the ITL? Not seeing. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Can we take a moment to read
No,
this?
we're
going on.
We're in the voting mode.
Vice Chairman Cordelli,
Yes.
Representative Lucas,
Yes.
Representative Ford,
Yes.
Representative Belcher,
Yes.
Representative Dry,
Yes.
Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Noble,
Yes.
Representative Petronil,
Yes.
Representative Cortiello, yes. Representative Myler,
No.
Representative Cornell,
No.
Representative Tanner,
No.
Representative Luno,
No.
Representative Heath,
No.
Representative Woodcock,
No.
Representative Hall, Representative Balboni,
No.
Representative Cascadden,
No.
Representative Damon,
No.
Chairman Ladd,
Yes.
10 yeas, 10 nays.
The motion
I'd like to
fails.
put a bill or a motion, make a motion, please.
Is there a motion?
Here. I'd like
Yes.
to move OTP on 1437.
So there's a motion on 1437 OTP made by Representative Tanner, second by Representative Myler. Representative Tanner, you recognize.
Yes, I'd like to have this bill considered and the amendment that I'd like to put forward.
Are you putting forward the amendment?
Oh, yes, I'd like to put forward Amendment 0648H to my bill and speak to it if I can.
Okay, we have an amendment that's been put forward, 0648H by Representative Tanner and second by Representative Myler. Got that? Representative Tanner?
So my amendment speaks to, in Section 3, that the governor, with the consent of the executive council, shall appoint the members of the board. And the 5 members shall be selected, one each from 5 executive council districts, which is as it is right now. So those are people from the community. 2 members shall be selected from the public at large. So you have 7 members on an 11-member board that are community members. In addition to that, I have 1 retired public school classroom teacher, 1 parent of a current public.
Excuse me, is that a retired? It says 1 public school classroom teacher.
Retired.
Pardon me?
Led,
Okay, I'm looking at the wrong, sorry, apologize.
1 parent of a current public school student, which I think a parent is really important. And then 1 member of the New Hampshire School Administrators Association. And lastly, 1 student who's serving on a public school board and representing as a non-voting member shall be selected. So I think this balances out the board. It gives at least some input from people who are currently working with schools or have recently working with schools. And I would hope that that retired teacher might be the teacher of the year, but I would kind of gave that up. I think having a student and a parent on the board is going to offer a lot of insight and balance to the board. And I know on local school boards, the students that serve offer a good perspective and are very important on school boards. And so I'm offering this amendment.
Representative Myler? Okay. Representative Cordelli?
Thank you. The first problem I see with the amendment is that you would have a student who is on a local school board as a non-voting member now being on the State Board of Education as a voting member.
As a non-voting.
Non-voting. No.
The way I read it is a student who's serving on a public school board as a non-voting member shall be selected. I take it to read as they're on
Yeah, that's right.
on a local school board as a non-voting member.
Yeah.
That's the way I read it.
Further discussion, Representative Damon.
In response to Representative Cordeli's remark, so if the amendment were adjusted to specify that the student was non-voting, would that be acceptable?
That was just my first.
But the answer to the question, would that part of it be acceptable?
The amendment still would not be acceptable.
Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And to follow up on that same line from Rep. Cordelli, if it is a voting member, that would seem to be a problem to me. But if it's not a voting member, then we're going from 7 votes to 10 votes, which is an even number, which puts us in a position to have stalemates coming out of this.
Further discussion, Representative Dry.
Thank you. So I'm curious as to why you changed it from governor and council shall appoint to governor with the consent of the executive council.
Why change that? Because that's. I'm sorry, that's the way it should be stated rather than the governor and executive council shall appoint. It should be with the consent of that's how executive council works, with consent.
Further discussion, Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Question for the representative. The word current is used as a parent who is current of a public school student and a student who is currently serving. My question is, if it's a 3-year term, what happens when the student graduates or the parent, their child perhaps, chooses to go to a non-public school? Are they still on this committee if they're no longer current? Is it current at the time of selection or current for the entire 3 years of the term?
They would be fulfilling their term of 3 years.
Thank you.
Further discussion on the amendment? Representative Whitcock.
Question to the chair. On a memo like this, if and listening to Representative Cordelli's comment, if the inclusion of a comma would satisfy the amendment in terms of that
Inclusion
concern.
of what?
A comma? A grammatical comma?
Yeah.
Is that typically done by OLS or before it goes into law?
Sometimes a comma is very important
Well, this one maybe.
extremely important.
So is that typically done with the grammatical correction down there?
But yeah,
That's not the question, Representative Lakis. I'm talking to Chairman Lad.
if you can read that to 2 different ways, due to the comma, then it's not a simple change on the part of legislative services.
Okay.
So it would we'd have to have certainly that change before taking action. Yes.
If in some other bill, if it was just a simple grammatical change, would typically it's just a question for me, Chairman. Would legislature typically correct that?
Yeah, if it was a spelling area.
Okay, you're right.
A problem, or if it was wrong tense of a verb,
Right.
maybe.
Okay.
Because, past or present or future could be interpreted
I get it.
differently. So it
Thank
has to be very, very small technical correction.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Appreciate it.
Further discussion on the amendment? See, on the amendment, I still raise the question. Here now you have from one person from the New Hampshire School Administrators Association. Yeah, we have a lot of associations out there, and why was this one picked versus NEA, or why not the New Hampshire School Boards Association? So I still, I guess my first discussion is apropos to this amendment as well. Further discussion on the amendment. Representative Damon?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've been reflecting on the remarks made so far and thinking about the experience of being on this committee and how routinely one or more of us, from the chair to anybody seated here, asks for input from our members who have worked in schools and learn from and benefit, including with great respect, Mr. Chair, you reference your career experiences very helpfully and usefully every day. I just really don't understand why we wouldn't want experienced educator voice on the DOE.
As a member of the legislature, we're here to make law. That's not the responsibility of the State Board of Education. They're in the executive, the management side of how we function as a country. And they're also representing possibly various associations or groups, according to the way this would be written right here. And I think we want to eliminate conflict of interest. And certainly if there's a conflict of interest on a House bill, the person is going to have a fiscal gain from that. They have to recuse themselves from that action. So I guess that, I think that it's important to have a body such as this, which can have people that are elected coming from various professions. That's fine. And that can happen too with the state board too, by being appointed there. We've had people in the past that have educator backgrounds. We just don't have it maybe right now. Maybe they have it from some other perspective. I don't know the background of all the people on the state board right now. I don't know it, so I can't speak to it. So I'm not going to stand in judgment whether they do or do not possess understandings of how schools work in our state. Yeah. Representative Tanner?
So on our current state school board, I think we do have members that are working for groups that are lobbyist groups. So I think that I think that the administrators are so vital to whether they're superintendents or principals or however they're in administration, are so vital to the decisions that the State Board of Education makes. And even though it will be a 10 group, here we are 20 group, 10-10, 5-5, we know how that comes out. So I think that those two issues are kind of superfluous.
I'm not going to stand here in judgment of the people on the state board. I think they're all there because they want to have the best possible education system in the state of New Hampshire, period. And I don't think anybody out there is trying to represent one group or another group. They're representing various, they have certainly, everybody here on this table has different perspectives on how to see an issue. But we're all here in education because we believe that education is important. They're all there on the state board because they believe education is important in the state. They may not be coming from the same perspective of another group. Well, that's going to happen. We will oftentimes have this, you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. And that's just part of our democracy. And that if you don't like it, that's what you have the ballot box for. Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to clarify my belief on this. So if I were receptive generally to the concept of expanding the school board, something like what's changed here to a retired classroom teacher instead of a currently employed one, that goes a long way towards solving my problem with that particular position. However, then we introduce a parent with a student currently in school, which that creates a possible special interest that is different, that could be different from the general interest. Then we go on and we add, this is a lobbyist organization. When they come in here, they wear the red badge, and we would be mandating the presence of one of them. Again, that creates a conflict of interest. So I don't think I have a problem. I don't think most people in here probably don't have a problem with the concept of people having an educational background on the committee, but it's that perverse incentive that is created by putting people in positions that could have an interest that differs from the general will in such a way that it creates conflict. That's where I would see a problem.
Further discussion, Representative Lekis?
Couple comments. One is, yes, we have an even number, and yes, we have 10-10, but we are not the final say. It goes to it goes to session, we have another whole thing and another whole vote, and it's unlike, and that's even set up so that generally we don't have a tie, although occasionally we do. But the other one is the school board is kind of the balance to us. So we have, as part of the legislative branch, yes, we have, most people in this room are educators, whether they're public school, homeschool, whatever, just most people in here are educators. And so that's sort of the representation of the schools, the system, the teacher, et cetera. And so the school board is our counterbalance.
Any further discussion on the amendment? Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll on the amendment?
Vice Chairman Cordelli.
No.
What?
Representative Lekis.
Whoops, no.
Representative Ford.
No.
Representative Belcher.
No.
Representative Dry.
No.
Representative McDonald.
No.
Representative Noble.
Nope.
Representative Peternell.
Nope.
Representative Quartiello. No. Representative Myler.
Yes.
Representative Cornell.
Yes.
Representative Tanner.
Yes.
Representative Luno.
Yes.
Representative Heath.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock.
Yes.
Representative Hall.
Yes.
Representative Balboni.
Yes.
Representative Cascadin.
Yes.
Representative Damon.
Yes.
And Chairman Ladd.
No.
10 yeas, 10 nays.
So we're back to the main motion, which is OTP on 1437. Any further discussion on 1437 as OTP? Madam Clerk, when you're ready.
Vice Chairman Cordelli.
No.
Representative Lekis.
No.
Representative Ford.
No.
Representative Belcher.
No.
Representative Dry.
No.
Representative McDonald.
No.
Representative Noble.
No.
Representative Peternell.
No.
Representative Quartiello. No. Representative Myler.
Yes.
Representative Cornell.
Yes.
Representative Tanner.
Yes.
Representative Luno.
Yes.
Representative Heath.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock.
Yes.
Representative Hall.
Yes.
Representative Balboni.
Yes.
Representative Cascadin.
Yes.
Representative Damon.
Yes.
And Chairman Ladd.
No.
10 yeas, 10 nays.
We have no recommendation. So who's going to be doing the OTP? Okay. And Representative Belcher, were you doing the ITL? Thank you very much. We're right at 12 o'clock, so let's take a break for lunch. We have other bills coming up. We'll have lunch and come back at 1 o'clock. Okay. Okay, 1437. No recommendation.
I bought
Yes, we've only got like 5 left.
My
Yeah,
husband made me
yeah.
stay on.
Yeah, but we're not going to get them done quickly.
I left my lunch in the car. So I did.
It'll be a long wait downstairs, so because the garage is pretty
Yeah.
crowded. I think there's a lot of people here today.
We're going to, well, you and I need to talk. to go ahead with the exec session for this afternoon. We're skipping right down to the second to the bottom item on the docket for today, 1695. This is relative to the release of student personally identifiable information. And I believe there's an amendment coming around. And I look to Representative Cordelli for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to move ought to pass on House Bill 1695.
Is there a second to Representative Cordelli's motion OTP on 1695? Representative Dry seconds that motion. Representative Cordelli?
Yes, I'd like to introduce an amendment, ought to pass on amendment number 0641H. It's coming around, I believe.
Okay, the motion is OTP on that?
Correct.
Is there a second on the amendment 0641H? Representative Lekis seconds that. And Representative Cordelli, you're welcome to speak about your amendment.
Thank you. Yes, this is an amendment that was requested by the Department of Education. It basically adds the last sentence on lines 6 through 8 to make sure that transfer of information between districts and the Department of Education is not confused with the intent of the requirement to inform parents.
Is there any discussion from the maker of the second, Representative Lekis?
No, thank you.
Further discussion from the committee? Everybody's reading it and trying to wake up here. Representative Balboni?
Yeah, I have a lot of questions about this in terms of what exactly it's trying to do. One of the persons that came up and spoke to it was talking about the data that was being released and referencing a particular a study that Keene State had done. And I'm wondering if the representative could share a little more light as to why this is needed, and particularly it wasn't clear what actual information is being shared.
Do I discuss this in the context of the whole bill or just stick to the amendment?
Well, for purposes right here, stick to the amendment, but also if you show how it relates to the bill.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes. Going back to the bill, I can provide the information from FERPA if you want. That's in C1 on lines 5 through 8, talking about FERPA. And FERPA was revised in 2011, loosened considerably in terms of the availability of student identifiable information. And that's why I felt that the need to at least notify parents when personally identifiable information was being released. And that's in section 2 and modified in the amendment that we just passed out. Schools are contracting with third parties, such as the one that was mentioned, the Behavioral Institute at Keene State, for various services and in some cases sharing personally identifiable information, and that is allowable under a number of circumstances by FERPA these days, and there's not much I can do about that. So I think the next best thing is to at least notify parents when their students' data is being shared with a third party. That's the intent.
Representative Tanner or Representative Balboni, did you have a follow-up?
Yes, I guess there are already some other ways that personally identifiable information are already regulated. There's the Children's Internet Protection Act, the Health Insurance Portability and Accountability Act, Payment Card Industry Data Security Standard, and New Hampshire State RSAs, and I'll list a bunch of them here. But I guess my point is, it seems to me that there already is a lot of regulation in how that data can be used, and I believe school districts are following those policies.
I just to follow up, if I might.
Yes.
I don't believe that HIPAA applies to schools. Secondly, some of those RSAs that you just mentioned, I wrote, so I'm well aware of the requirements in terms of directory information and so forth. And I certainly hope they're being followed, because one of the provisions in a number of those sections of law is that it's in the handbook, student handbook, including copies of FERPA. But I don't think that completely addresses the third-party release of information, and that's why I wanted to bring this forward.
Representative Tanner and then Representative Cascadden.
Thank you. I have two questions. One is, does this restrict local schools and school districts from working with student data?
That was the purpose of the amendment, to make it clear that they are allowed to share information as required by statute in most cases with the Department of Education. And that was a request of the department to make that clear.
My question was within the school and the district itself?
I don't think so. I don't think that's sharing information with third parties. If it's within the school.
Or a school district?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. And my second question is, needs both parents to sign off?
I'm not following your question, I don't think.
The notification, is it to both parents? Or guardians, or?
Parents or guardians.
But both parents? Because sometimes that's an issue.
The primary parent who is responsible for the child and has custody of the child.
Representative Cascadden.
So I had two questions. This additional language, does it make FERPA more regulated? Or does it add more than what the federal regulation requires?
I think the parental notification is not in FERPA. So this would be something beyond.
Your mic's not on.
Oh, I'm sorry. So yes, it's not required under FERPA.
Yeah.
Yes, go ahead.
So when I'm thinking about third party, I'm also thinking about the online progress monitoring and screening tools that schools purchase, like in the Ames Web, or they used to buy the Dibbles or the newer Dibbles. So is that considered a third party because we feed student data into that system? I'm thinking of that. And what about colleges? Don't they have conversations with guidance counselors back and forth?
I think that's covered under other areas of statute. But just if I could refer back to Representative Tanner's question, I can share this with you. This is a student guide for relation to FERPA, and there's a section under the school official exception.
Representative Hall.
Thank you. I'd like to ask a question. So if a school district lists on their Parent Square or wherever they list it, on their website somewhere, a list of the apps that are approved by the district, is that considered parental consent, that they know what's going on?
Yeah, I'm not sure where the listing of an app or anything on the website would require parental consent.
No, but would it count as parental consent? would it count as they're all set? The school district's all set, they put a list out of approved apps on their Chromebooks. Are they good to go? Parents have been notified since it's on their website?
There's another statute that deals with online systems. And I can, it's 18965, I believe, that deals with online systems.
So can I follow up? So during testimony, you spoke of grants specifically, I think you were talking about, and then Anne Marie Banfield got up and spoke about the app. So what she spoke about, you think that was not really what you were talking about?
Yeah, I don't remember the detail of her testimony in terms of apps, but that that would not be something that I'm considering in this.
Okay, so that's why it was confusion. Thank you.
Representative Cascade?
Thank you. Just another clarity in my mind. So you pointed out school official is exempt from consent requirement. So I hear reference of data being provided to Keene. I'm not really sure what data you're talking about or what's provided to Keene. Is it a program? I mean, I don't know. But I just wonder if it's a school official providing that, then why is there a need for this? And if not, I mean, again, I don't know what the issue is here.
There is, I believe the name is Behavioral Institute, part of Keene State, that does provide services to students in schools. And it is my understanding that part of that is sharing of confidential information. That's just one example that I've been made aware of. But I think any information like that that is being shared with a contractor, or this falls within the exception under FERPA, I can find that and read it to you. Contractors that are performing a service for the school, for instance, is one of the exceptions. Providing student information to those third parties is what is allowed under FERPA. And that is the focus of this. In those cases, when they are providing that student information to a third party, then I think the parent should be notified that they are doing that. I think, we talk about parental involvement and everything, but if their child's information is being provided to non-school officials as allowed under FERPA, then I think at least they should know about it.
Yes, Representative Balboni?
My question is this a problem in schools?
Is this a problem in schools?
Why is this necessary? Are parents complaining that something's going on?
A year or so ago, I did receive such information. How widespread these contracts are in school districts, I have no idea. But I think this is at minimum precautionary and needed so that parents can be involved in their kids' education and should at least be aware of if information is being provided to outside sources.
Representative Heath?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative, is this in relation to research projects that the university might be doing?
If confidential information is being available, and it's allowed under one of the exceptions to FERPA.
Thank you.
Further, Representative Myler?
So I guess I'm kind of in the dark here. Thank you, Mr. Chair. What kind of information are we talking about?
I think elsewhere in statute, it's we have what's defined as personal identifiable information. Social security number, address, things like that. 18965? Yep.
What about social security
I'm-
numbers?
That may be it.
Representative Tanner?
Thank you. So this is the Behavioral Institute at Keene that brought up the problem. And they didn't bring up the problem, but the info was released to them.
Aware of
And
their work for a number of school districts.
okay, and what exactly is the nature of their work for the different school districts?
I don't remember specifically. I never saw it.
Well, it says Behavioral Institute, so is it connected to some program that's currently in schools that they would contract with this? Is it part of the discipline, what is it, MTSSB? MTSSB, is it connected with that?
I am not sure if it's connected with MTSSB or not. But again, that's, one example. I'm concerned about the broader picture, because clearly it is allowed under FERPA that there are exceptions in terms of providing information on students. And this is trying to, we talk about guardrails. This isn't exactly a guardrails, but an information rail, if you will, for parents.
Representative Lekis?
Just making sure I understand, this does not in any way stop these things from going on, et cetera. It doesn't require permission. It all still happens. All this does is let the parents know that, yes, we provided information to this entity of this type of your children. Is that?
It does not prevent anything from going on. It just lets parents know that it's going on.
Thank you.
Further discussion from the committee? Yes, Representative Balboni?
Yes, I had reached out to the superintendent to find out more about this, and she had told me that most of the school districts participate in the New Hampshire Data Privacy Consortium, and they only work with vendors who can meet the standards for maintaining data privacy. And if vendors don't agree to those terms, the districts are advised to seek explicit parental consent.
Yes, that's in statute also under governance requirements. Yeah.
Further discussion from the committee, Representative Damon?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just following up on that last inquiry and answer, it's not clear to me if we have the New Hampshire Data Privacy Consortium standards and it's in statute for schools to align with that, it seems that that addresses this situation or this concern rather.
I think that that's more in line that the agency will protect that data. It does not say that information cannot be shared with that institution or vendor. This is saying that the information can be shared with those vendors if they qualify under FERPA. It's just saying if they do send that information, they have to just let the parents know.
Further discussion from the committee? Yes, Representative Damon.
Thank you. Just one more. So if a school district informed parents either by way of the student handbook or by a notification at the beginning of the year of their usual practices in terms of sharing this information, would that be adequate, or is the bill asking for individual notifications to every parent ongoing, or something in between?
the language is that if it's information is released within 14 days, they have to notify the parent of what information was released to who and the educational purpose for which it is being provided, which is in accordance with FERPA.
Are there additional questions or discussion from the committee? Representative Lucas?
So this is just part of that transparency we've been trying to get going all along, right? Just let the parents know what's going on. Is that correct?
That is my intent.
Further,
And if I just point out, Representative Hall, I think, was talking about some online apps and so forth. That's covered under 18968-A.
further discussion? Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So to Representative Cordelli's comment that with regards to the intent being to just make sure that parents are knowing what's going on, why isn't that already being covered in paragraph C, which these 2 points, 1 and 2, fall under? And paragraph C goes, and the paragraph C specifies out of FERPA what rights are made to make clear parent and students' rights under FERPA, including C, the right to provide written consent before the school discloses student personally identifiable data from the student's education records provided in applicable state and federal law. What's not covered there?
There are exceptions under FERPA, such as I mentioned, the third parties who are acting on behalf of the school district. Those are exceptions, and so this is trying to address the exceptions to consent.
So follow up?
Go ahead.
Why does FERPA have those exceptions for third party?
I wish I knew.
So just a follow up. Shouldn't we know though, to make sure that we're not putting some roadblock up that breaks down maybe a very important part of records transfer that affects kids? Shouldn't we know?
Know what? I'm not sure what
you just said. I wish we knew. Shouldn't we know?
No.
Why
FERPA allows
has those exceptions for third parties?
I remember one of the exceptions is that the third party is performing a service on behalf of the district for educational purposes is one of the exceptions. So with that as an exception to the written consent for the release of information, this at least notifies the parent.
Okay, so Mr.
Go ahead.
Chair?
Yes.
So could, and I know there were other examples, concerns with respect to social emotional learning and MTSSB that came up earlier, but let's pick another one. Let's say Medicaid to schools, and should parents clearly are aware that the child is receiving services in school. The parent is completely aware that the child is Medicaid enrolled because they had to consent to that. And should the school district need to bill CMS for Medicaid services provided by the school under Medicaid, would this then prevent such such an action by the school district?
I do not believe so.
Further discussion?
We'd want to know.
Further discussion from anybody here? McKinney? Okay, Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll? This on the amendment for 0641H 1695.
Vice Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
Representative Lekis.
Yes.
Representative Ford.
Yes.
Representative Belcher.
Yes.
Representative Dry.
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Noble.
Yes.
Representative Peternell.
Yes.
Representative Cortiello, yes. Representative Myler. Representative Cornell.
No.
Representative Tanner.
No.
Representative Luna.
No.
Representative Heath.
No.
Representative Woodcock. Representative Hall.
No.
Representative Balboni.
No.
Representative Cascadden.
No.
Representative Damon.
No.
Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
10 yeas, 10 nays.
So we're back to the main motion, which is ought to pass in 1695 without amendment. Further discussion on the bill? Not seeing any. If you don't have your mics on, can you turn them off? So, because I see red, meaning somebody wants to.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you very much. Okay, we're good. Nobody wants to speak on this, so Madam Clerk, when you're ready, please call the roll.
Vice Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
Representative Lekis.
Yes.
Representative Ford.
Yes.
Representative Belcher.
Yes.
Representative Dry.
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Noble.
Yes.
Representative Peternell.
Yes.
Representative Cortiello, yes. Representative Myler. No. Representative Cornell.
No.
Representative Tanner.
No.
Representative Luna.
No.
Representative Heath.
No.
Representative Woodcock. No. Representative Hall.
No.
Representative Balboni.
No.
Representative Cascadden.
No.
Representative Damon.
No.
Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
10 yeas, 10 nays.
Is there another motion?
ITL.
Representative Myler makes the motion of ITL in 1695. Is there a second?
Second.
Representative Luna makes the second. Representative Myler, would you like to speak to your motion? Representative Luna?
Sure. Yeah, I just think there's too many things we don't know about the problems that this bill, as proposed, could cause. And I think this committee would benefit from knowing what those would be before it proceeds to approve something like this.
Further discussion on the bill? Not seeing. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Representative
Oh, Representative Cascadden.
Sorry, I'm sitting on, I just had to. My take on this in practice is that I would recommend people read school policies because what this bill does, I absolutely agree with parent notification. Absolutely. There shouldn't be anything that happens in schools without parent notification. And there are strict laws to follow that. What this bill does is to give the public a perception that schools are not doing what they're supposed to be doing, and they are doing it. Just my 2 cents.
Further discussion? Not seeing any. Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Vice Chairman Cordelli.
No.
Representative Lekis.
No.
Representative Ford.
No.
Representative Belcher.
No.
Representative Dry.
No.
Representative McDonald.
No.
Representative Noble.
No.
Representative Peternell.
No.
Representative Cortiello. No. Representative Myler. Representative Cornell.
Yes.
Representative Tanner.
Yes.
Representative Luna.
Yes.
Representative Heath.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock.
Yes.
Representative Hall.
Yes.
Representative Balboni.
Yes.
Representative Cascadden.
Yes.
Representative Damon.
Yes.
Chairman Ladd.
No.
10 yeas, 10 nays.
Yes.
I move the interim study.
Okay, there's a motion to interim study 1695. Is there a second? Representative Tanner seconds that motion.
We have a call speak to it.
Okay, we're going to caucus on this one right now.
You don't want me to speak to it first?
Sure. If you want to go speak.
Well, I mean, I guess, I think the reason why I interim study is because obviously there's concerns about allowing parents information, et cetera, but as we've had the conversation, there is a lot of ambiguity about what is it that we're doing, what's available, and I just thought that rather than lose the concept here and having to take this to the floor to have a debate on it, that keep it within the committee so we have a chance to have a further clarification of exactly what we're talking about here. I mean, we've had a lot of bills here, in this committee that deal with privacy, and I think we're all concerned about privacy. But I want to just make sure that we understand the nature of what we're talking about, what is allowed, what's not allowed, et cetera. And I think it would just give us a little more time to have a further conversation on it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, with that, we will go into caucus. Shouldn't take too long.
We'll be right.
Yeah.
I know, I said it's, yeah. Or you can
and deal with 1695. We do have a motion on the table of interim study. Is there any further discussion on the interim study? Yes, Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have yet to speak on this bill, and I just want to say that I don't believe there's anything more that needs to be studied, and the people of New Hampshire deserve a debate on this issue. I know I've had several constituents reach out to me in support of this bill. I'm sure other members against this bill, and notwithstanding either side, it should be debated. That's what we're here to do. So I would like to send this to the floor, and I hope you vote against the interim study motion. Thank you.
Further discussion? Not seeing anything. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Vice Chairman Cordelli.
On the recommendation of Representative McDonald, no.
We're going to vote either up or down, people. No dissertations, please.
Representative Leckis.
No.
Representative Ford.
No.
Representative Belcher.
No.
Representative Dry.
No.
Representative McDonald.
No.
Representative Noble.
No.
Representative Petronell.
No.
Representative Cordiello. No. Representative Myler. Representative Cornell.
Yes.
Representative Tanner.
Yes.
Representative Luno.
Yes.
Representative Heath.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock.
Yes.
Representative Hall.
Yes.
Representative Alboni.
Yes.
Representative Cascadden.
Yes.
Representative Damon.
Yes.
Chairman Ladd.
No.
10 yeas, 10 nays.
Gotcha.
Okay.
What was that?
Representative Balboni will write the report for the
I
minor,
don't need to change that. Okay.
for ITL.
It's not minority. It's
And I'm assuming Representative Cordelli will write the memo for OTP. Okay, now, all the other bills we have scheduled here today, we either have amendments or we're waiting for more information. So there's nothing else that we have on the docket for today. And what we will do, though, because the bills which are held today can be discussed tomorrow when we're accepting further bills. So they just continue and roll over. So the bills which we did not take care of today was first at the top was 1298. That is relative to the definition of part-time teachers. 1312 requiring parental notification of student health or well-being and certain curricula by school districts. And coming down to 1458, relative to authorizing parents to remove children from the English language learner program. 1616, relative to parental consent for student participation in Medicaid to schools program. And I don't believe we did 1682 either. That's relative to the civics test graduation requirement. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bills which we are carrying forward.
You sure? 68. Why do we have them for 1682?
Did we do 1680?
1682 relative to civic test graduation program?
We did that, didn't we? 1682.
Yeah.
No, I thought we did. Remember, that was the one where we talked about the SAT at the end of it as being the competency test? Or no, that's not this one though.
1692? So
1692, there we go.
we did
There.
1692.
We did 69, but we have not done 1682. No, we held that.
Right.
Okay,
We
so,
went over this.
Talked about it in,
yeah,
but we did not.
That's my bad.
okay. So we are done for today. And see you all back here tomorrow to deal with the,
I'm so sorry.
Other
It's the
bills
first time I've
for-
done that. I used the wrong sheet.
yeah.
I know. I understood. Yeah, yeah.
Committee for my tardiness this morning.